Good morning and welcome to the beautiful Brainerd International Raceway today for the start of Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix 2026. We're taking a live look in at the cars on the start grid. We have 16 cars on the start grid this morning. You can see the start grid coming up there on the side of your screen. Starting in pole position is team from UC Irvine, number 95. In position 2, team number 6 from UC Berkeley. Behind them will be Western Michigan, ETS, Stanford, Georgia Tech, Utah State, Florida, App State, Inoptis, Florida Poly, MIT, Washington, UT Austin, Delft, and finally this morning we got our 16th team, UT Austin. We have 16 teams on the start grid this morning, which we will show you in just a second. It's a great achievement for all these teams to be through, especially a lot of first or second year teams through on the start grid this year. They completed all of their scrutineering over the last several days, and we are just 5 minutes out now from start of the Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix 2026. Teams are all lined up for the start here. All 16 teams. And we have another 20 or so teams still working their way through scrutineering. Some of them are quite close, and we'll hopefully see them on the track later today. You can see a view of our timing tower here at Brainerd International Raceway. Every team has one timer in the tower today. We'll be keeping track of all the laps they complete here. We are running the full 3.1 mile track here at Brainerd International Raceway. A lot of these teams will be looking to qualify for the American Solar Challenge today, which means they'll be looking to complete just under 70 laps today. All right, we are at 3 minutes to start. The Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix will run for 3 days. We're running from 10 to 6 p.m. Central Time here in Brainerd, Minnesota today, and 9 to 5 tomorrow and Thursday. It's a total of 24 hours of solar cars on the track. 2 minutes to start. In the single occupant class, which is most of the cars you see on the start line right now, we have the winner determined by most laps completed. And in the multi-occupant class, it's a formula that includes the external energy they use during the course of the event. So they all had an energy meter installed during scrutineering, and we will take readings of that every day, and whatever the result is over the 3 days or the total charging will go into their score. in addition to the number of people in the car during the event. If you're just joining us, we have 16 teams on the start grid this morning. Texas A&M and Delft being our last two ads this morning. We had 14 through yesterday, and we have a number working on getting on the track shortly, hopefully this morning, later today. We are just waiting to see the green flag get ready to start here. Okay, it looks like our start is being delayed a few minutes as track safety gets all the corners ready. I'll let you know when we have a start time ready. Do we have a start time?
We're saying like 10 after.
Okay. Looks like we're going to be delayed quite a few minutes here, unfortunately, this morning. We're still waiting on the all clear from track safety that all the corners are ready. So all the solar car teams have been here at the racetrack since Friday. Some of them loaded on Thursday night, but activity started on Friday morning. Started with a series of static inspections. All the solar cars go through inspections of their electrical system, their battery, mechanical components of the car, the actual body of the car, make sure it complies with sizing requirements and the solar array is the right size, as the solar array is limited in size for the competition. Get the battery size inspected as well, and the battery safety systems. I think almost all of our teams this year are running some sort of lithium battery. Following that, they go through driver registration. The drivers all get weighed in and ballasted to 80 kilograms, or about 170 pounds, so that everyone's drivers weigh the same. No advantage in finding a tiny person to drive your car. And once they clear all of those, they continue on to dynamic scrutineering, which we did live stream yesterday. So some of you may have seen that, or you can go find it in our previous streams. That's a series of dynamic tests where they go through first a figure eight, and then following that, they get to go through the slalom and the brake test. and each car and each driver has to pass both slalom and brake. And once they get all cleared through all of that, they can claim their position in the start order for FSGP here. So UCI was our first team to complete all of that. So they're in first position. And then Berkeley was second behind them, Western Michigan, and on down the list there, which you can see on the right side of your screen. Still waiting on an official start time here. On the starting grid right now, we have teams from 4 countries ready to go. So we have a bunch of American teams, and we have a couple of Canadian teams, 1 Belgian and 1 Dutch. In first position, the car you're looking at there is UCI, University of California, Irvine, number 95 car. To their right, you can see there number 786, Western Michigan. They're in third position. Can't quite see the CalSol car from Berkeley behind Irvine, kind of straight behind from this angle, in second position. Following that, we have ETS in fourth, Stanford in fifth, Georgia Tech in sixth, one of our MOV cars. And in seventh, Utah State. Eighth is the University of Florida. Ninth is App State. 10th is Anoptis, our Belgian team. 11th, we have Florida Poly. 12th, we have MIT, another MOV. 13 is the University of Washington. 14 is UT Austin. 15 is Delft, the team from the Netherlands. And 16, our last ad this morning, is Texas A&M. And if a team completes dynamic scrutineering today, they can get on the track as soon as they have someone in the timing booth and all of their safety equipment moved over to the hot pit. And then they will join on the track through the pit and enter on down by turn 1 here at Brainerd International Raceway as soon as they are ready. So at this point, it's just as soon as you pass all green stickers and you got your team and car and safety equipment all ready to go for your car to drive on the track, and then you can enter straight from the pit. Other than these 16 cars, the remainder of them are all working on getting through the last stations at scrutineering. I believe our dynamic scrutineering will start shortly as soon as the start line is, the cars are started on the track. And static inspections are happening right now for teams still waiting on the static inspections. We'll have 2 green flags waving this morning. One of them will be from our event director, Gail Luke, and one of them from our title sponsor, Electrek. Still waiting to hear an official start time. All right, I've just confirmed we are starting at 10:10 a.m. local time, so in just under 1 minute. Start the Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix 2026 here at the Brainerd International Raceway. Waiting to see the green flag fly here. 30 seconds to start. Got the all clear from track safety that everything is ready to go on the track for the track to go hot for the next 8 hours. All right, we've been delayed again by track safety due to something on the track they're going to check out. Everyone is ready. We're going to try to start as quick as we can here. I believe the race day will be extended to offset for this, so 8 hours on the track. Five, four, three, two, one. And there's the green flag flying, and the car is moving off the start line. UC Irvine first. You got Berkeley, Western Michigan, ETS, Stanford, Georgia Tech, Utah State, Inoptis, Florida Poly, MIT, Delft, UT Austin, and Texas A&M. And we'll bring you the view down the front straight. As you can see, the cars heading down the front straight there. This track is 3.1 miles, and I expect the first lap will be a little bit slowly as the solar cars spread out here. So we'll wait to see them come back around here in a couple of minutes. We are planning to keep this camera live all day. I will not be able to sit here for 8 hours and talk the whole time, but we will try to keep the camera live, and I will be here for the first some amount of time here in the morning and rejoin towards the end of the day as we have more cars on the track, hopefully. This year we do not have electronic timing available at this track, so we will be publishing lap updates out of our timing tower roughly every hour. You can find those on our website as well as posted on social media. The Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix serves as the qualifier for the Electrek American Solar Challenge, which starts this upcoming Saturday at the University of Minnesota in Minneapolis. So the teams kind of had two goals here. One of them is to qualify their car and their drivers for the road. They can do that either by getting just under 70 laps in one day. So if they get that today, they'll be qualified. At least the car will be. Whether they can qualify all their drivers in that depends on whether they have 3 or 4. Not quite enough for 4 drivers. If they don't get that many today, they will have an additional opportunity to either do 60 tomorrow, or if they do a total of, 70 tomorrow, or if they do a total of 100 over 2 consecutive days, they will be qualified for ASC through that method as well. We are hoping to get drone footage on the live stream later today. It's currently quite windy here, and above the gusts are above the level where it's safe for us to be flying right now. But we will hopefully get that today. If not today, we will do so tomorrow. It looks like it should be significantly less windy tomorrow. Now you've got our race clock on screen there on the center of what is the drag strip and the gantry. And keep track of the official time of the event. Started at 10:11 a.m. and so the solar cars will go on the track until 6:11 p.m. today. Start is a little bit later today, so we could get set up to the team photo, which I believe you could find on our social media shortly if it's not there already, as well as just time to get everything set up for the ceremonial start today. Tomorrow we will be on the track from 9 to 5.
Is Tara on radio? Your backpack was found near the start line. I brought a quick Honda with me.
We got our first car back around, which is the number 92 car from ETS. And then we've got number 6 Berkeley, number 88 Utah State. If you're at all familiar with this track, you'll notice we are going around the drag strip. There's number 30 Delft. Made their way from position 15 up to 4 in one lap here. And here is Anoptis number 8. We are running on the South Service Road here, as we got a group of cars, Stanford, UCI, and Georgia Tech, and Texas A&M. We are bypassing the drag strip. They had an event this weekend, so it's pretty sticky, and if it rains, it would be quite slippery. So we're taking the South Service Road, bypassing the main drag strip, but other than that, the solar cars are on the main 3.1 mile track all the way, the rest of the way. Sorry about that. We are back. We have 13 cars on the track right now, I believe, and 1 in the pit waiting to go out. We saw all the cars on the start line, and they have already been joined by Washington, University of Washington on the track. Sorry about that. We just lost our connection briefly here at the timing tower. You can see Inoptis coming by right now. I'm not sure if it got through earlier. I was saying we have, I believe, 13 cars on the track right now. We had all the ones from the start grid that did start successfully, and we have University of Washington has joined them on the track. UT Austin just took a stop in the pit. It looked like they had something loose on their car, so they're just getting that fixed up, and we will see them back on the track pretty quick, I believe. This is the Texas A&M number 12 car, followed by Stanford number 16. Looks like MIT will take a stop in the pit on this lap. And here's our first look of the Washington car on our live stream, number 86, a long car on the far side. And flying down behind them is number 92, ETS. Last time ETS was at this competition in 2024 at the Electrek Forumula Sun Grand Prix 2024 in Bowling Green, Kentucky at NCM Motorsports Park. They were the champions, first position in the SOV class. I'm sure they're looking to repeat that today, and they're off to a very quick start. Here comes Florida Poly. Florida Poly is one of the newer teams here still, and they got their first podium finish last year with third place in the SOV class. And also coming through quite fast here is the Delft car number 30, the team from the Netherlands. You may know them by their typical number, car number 3. We have a team here in the U.S., Kentucky, who also is number 3, and Kentucky was planning to be at this competition, so they have that number claimed. Unfortunately, they didn't quite make it this year, Kentucky, but Delft is still racing under number 30 this year. That was number 88, Utah State. This is quite a long and wide open track here. Very long front straight as we see an Optus come by, car number 8. And most of the facilities we have been using so far have been in the infield of the track. This track has very wide turns, nothing too difficult for the solar cars, and very little elevation. So it's a nice track for solar cars out here to drive. Not too much braking, accelerating, tight turns needed, as we see the Western Michigan car come by here on the front straight. We will try to get you the drone either later today or in one of the upcoming days to give you a view of the track. Because of that, we can get to almost the whole track here from the front straight on the drone. Get you quite a big view of it. Tomorrow we can bring you live stream setup from a different spot around the track. There's another tower in the infield where we can see some of the tighter turns on the backside of the track, as well as a couple other buildings and grandstands around that we can get you some angles from. All right, here we see Georgia Tech, number 49 coming through with that 4-seat car. I will see if I can find out how many people are in the car right now, but they have the ability to rack up those person miles much faster than their competitors who all have 2 seats in the car. And person miles is one of the factors in the score of the multi-occupant vehicle class. Looks like Texas A&M will be taking a stop in the pit as we see ETS go by on the far side to complete another lap. Based on those cheers, we got another car coming. Looks like it's 16 Stanford and 30 Delft right behind them. If you're familiar with solar car racing, you'll know that a lot of times we have no passing zones on the track at FSGP. Solar cars don't have the best vision, although we do test driver vision requirements as part of our scrutineering. But they don't have the best viewpoint at all times, and these are obviously not professional race car drivers, as we see the Washington car, number 86, go by. So with that in mind, if there are hairpin turns, narrow parts of the track, low visibility for any other reason, we do occasionally have no passing zones. But at this track, because the track is nice and wide and no super tight turns, no elevation of any major amount, There are no passing zones this year. Everyone's free to go as we see the number 88 car go by. The only exception that this front surface road is at most 2 solar cars ride. So you can no double passing on the front straight here, or well, on the service road bypassing the front straight. It is a bit narrower than the main track. We had a couple of teams miss on the start line this morning as we see an Optus passing Florida Poly here on the front straight. Not sure if it came through on your view here, but we did see the left turn signal on an Optus there. On the track, we do require teams to indicate for passes as well as honk as they're passing, just to help keep everybody aware of what's going on around them. A couple of teams having issues this morning and weren't ready to start on the starting grid. One of those was App State. Here they're having some, I believe, electrical problems. And here is the UT Austin car heading into pit. There is another car in the pit getting ready to come out. I will try to see who that is. But I haven't heard an update on App State at this time. We will let you know as anybody else is coming through. See the UC Irvine coming around the front here. For the teams that have not cleared dynamic scrutineering yet, I believe we reopened dynamics here at about 10:15 this morning after the start. So there's a little bit less space because we were using part of the track for dynamics, but they are running the figure eight, the slalom brake test today. And so for all of those teams, dynamics is open today. It will be open tomorrow morning if anyone's still waiting for it at that point and close enough. But tomorrow will be last chance dynamics. So really, all the teams should be working on dynamics today, if at all possible, and get through that. Static inspections can continue into Thursday, but if you get too far into Thursday, it's going to be really tough to qualify for ASC. And there's the ETS car again. They seem to be going the fastest so far today. And here is UC Berkeley, car number 6. Followed by the Georgia Tech car. I have confirmed that the Georgia Tech team is running with 4 people in the car, so they're getting 3.1 miles per lap, but 12.4 person miles per lap as MIT heads into the pit again, and Delft is heading down that run straight to catch up to Georgia Tech. Looks like that's Texas A&M down in the pit, getting ready to hopefully return to the track. And it looks like UT Austin has just returned to the track, so we should see them around here in a few minutes. And we have the 786 car from Western Michigan getting passed by the 88 car from Utah State. And that was Stanford just heading to pit, and Inoptis continuing on the track, followed by Washington. And there we have ETS again. And that was Florida Poly that just passed through. I'll try to get you some lap times on these. As I mentioned earlier, we don't have electronic timing like we had at the previous track, so we're not getting electronic precise timing on all of these, but we can get some rough times on how fast they're going. Now is the Delft car once again through on the front straight. And here comes the Georgia Tech car. And that's Cal Sol, car number 6 from the University of California, Berkeley. It is fairly cloudy out here today, and the sun is currently behind a pretty dark cloud, so the radiance on the solar cars, on their solar arrays, is not super high right now. They do seem to have slowed down just a little bit.
Copy, clear at 3
comes Utah State. And here is ETS. See if we can get a lap time for ETS on this lap. And we got an Optus right behind them. It's 10 seconds behind right now. We'll see what happens on this lap. And we've got the UCI car as well. This year is our first year back allowing 6 square meters of solar cells on the car, solar panel. Previously, it had been 4 square meters since 2018. This is for the single occupant vehicles only. So we still have a number of 4 square meter cars here this year. UC Irvine being one of those. Another other one on the track being Stanford. This Washington car you could tell is much longer, which is 6 square meters of solar array. So about 50% more power for the 6 square meter cars. And here's the UT Austin car back on the track as well. And the Delft car. Nuna 13S. This is the second race for that car. Same with, or as with ETS and Inoptis. They all debuted these cars that we see here last year at the World Solar Challenge in Australia. Delft won that competition. You see Western Michigan coming through here, number 786. Delft placed first at the World Solar Challenge, and Inoptis placed second behind them, and ETS finished 9th, I believe. 3 of the top 10 cars at the World Solar Challenge are here for the single occupant class. Minnesota was also there with their previous car. And here comes Florida Poly. Here comes Georgia Tech. And now we've got ETS coming through. That was just about a 4-minute lap time. Which comes out to an average speed of, I believe, 46 miles an hour. And we're waiting to see Inoptis behind them and see what their lap time was.
If you want the clip-on piece,
And here is Berkeley and Utah State. And here is Anoptis. Lap time there of about 5 minutes. So we got ETS at 46 miles per hour, and Anoptis is running a little bit slower here at about 37 miles per hour. For our European friends, that's Anoptis running at 60 kilometers an hour, or our Canadian friends as well, and 75 kilometers an hour for ETS. Let's see if we can get a Delft one here. And here comes Washington. ETS again. They're averaging 45 miles per hour on a lap. I would imagine that on the front straight here, they are getting probably close to 60. Turn 1 is very wide on this track, so they can maintain that speed entirely through turn 1 and mostly into turn 2 until it gets tighter from turns 3 through 7 here. I'm hearing that we will do lap updates on the hour still, despite the offset of our start time by 11 minutes. So we will be doing a lap update here at 11 o'clock, so just about 10 minutes. Those will be posted to our website every hour, and you can find links to those on social media as well. If you don't currently follow us on any of our social media, we are posting lots of content on our Instagram as well as our Facebook. So you can find us at American Solar Challenge on Facebook, at American Solar Challenge on Instagram, as well as our website, AmericanSolarChallenge.org, as we see Georgia Tech come through again. Followed closely by Utah State. And here comes Florida Poly. And UCI as well. You can see that MIT has left the hot pit and is taking their car back down to the cold pit to work on something. So it might be a little while before we see them back on the track. And here comes Inoptis. And Berkeley. And Delft will be executing a pass right in front of us here. So that's a 4-minute and 26-second lap from Delft. It works out to 42 miles an hour or 68 kilometers per hour. Got one more car entering the track at the far end of the straight here. Let's see if I can see who that is. Looks like that's Stanford going back on the track. And here comes UT Austin around for another lap. Looks like Western Michigan will head into the pit. I am trying to get you some updates on the cars at Dynamics or Statics as we see ETS flying past Washington here. That was a 5-minute and 20-second lap from Washington. ETS was closer to 3-something. So that sounds like Washington's going around 34 miles per hour or 55 kilometers per hour. ETS's average speed is probably closer to about 50 miles per hour now. Looks like Utah State is heading into the pit on this lap. You can kind of see the cone divider on the drag strip here as we divide the teams. Have a point here to the right is the track, and to the left is the pit on either side of the main drag strip. Just saw Georgia Tech go by. Good to see them on the track. This is the third time they've brought this car. They were at the Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix 2024, as well as last summer at the 2025 event. As we see Delft come by again, followed closely by Anoptis. And this year they are hoping to get onto the road at the Electrek American Solar Challenge. Getting out here on day one gives them a good chance to qualify here. They get 3 chances for 1-day qualification, or 2 chances for the 2-day qualification option. You can see down the track that Western Michigan is heading back onto the track, so we'll see them come around in a few minutes. And ETS is through again. And number 6, Cal Sol. This is also their 3rd event with this car. And they are also hoping to qualify for the American Solar Challenge. And here is Florida Poly. And Stanford as well. Once again, the 3rd event with this car for them. Both Stanford and Florida Poly are hoping to make it on the road for the Electrek American Solar Challenge. This will be the first time in quite a while for Stanford, and the first time ever for Florida Poly. Looks like our timing clock is just about to hit 11 a.m., so they will be doing a lap update and getting that published. And I will bring it to you as soon as I have it. So we see Washington get a lap in at just under 11 o'clock there. Seems like the solar cars may be bunched up on the other side of the track. Should see some through here shortly. There we go. This is number 30 car, Delft. And UC Irvine. And ETS still looking like the fastest car on the track. I am waiting for some info to come back from our dynamics pad on teams that are there getting ready to hopefully pass dynamics to get on the track. Teams can get on the track as soon as they are all green and have their team prepared for track operations, which means somebody in the timing booth, all the safety equipment in the pit, as we see Inoptis and Georgia Tech heading through. And we will let them on track as long as they have sufficient time to complete one lap before the end of day. So that's probably at least 5 minutes. At the end of the day, they could get on and do one lap if they so desired. So I think today we're ending at 6:11 p.m. So any team that's ready by probably 6 would be allowed on the track. I suspect that teams are out doing dynamics probably wouldn't come out for one lap today, but if they could get out for an hour, they probably would come for that, as we saw UT Austin at the bottom of the screen heading into the pit. There is Western Michigan back on the track and Cal-Sol behind them. I can hear them behind me getting a lap count right now. So we'll get that to you as soon as it's published here for the 11 a.m. counts as we see Washington come through again. That was about a 5-minute and 7-second lap from them, which puts them at about 37 miles per hour on that lap, or 58 kilometers per hour. I have a question about the goal for the cars. So the goal for the Formula Sun Grand Prix for our single occupant cars, which are those ones with one passenger in them, which mostly look like a solar panel with just a bubble for a driver, like this Florida Poly one you see going by right now. Their goal is simply complete the most laps. Most laps over 3 days wins. They can do no external charging, just the sun and a full battery at the start line. We see 2 more SOVs going through, ETS and number 30 Delft. So whoever completes the most laps over 3 days will take home the trophy. In our multi-occupant class, they have a formula for a score of up to 100 points. So 50 points are available to the team that completes the most laps, and then scaled from whatever that number of most laps is. And then 50 points are an optimization score, which is the number of person laps completed. So Georgia Tech right now is completing 4 person laps per lap because they have 4 people in the car, whereas the other MOVs can complete a maximum of 2 person laps per lap because they're all 2-seaters. So it's person laps divided by the total amount of external energy used. This is not the solar energy, external energy not generated on the car. So this includes the full battery at the start of the event and any charging they do from the wall during the event. So during tech inspections, during tech inspections, they receive an energy meter, and their charging port goes through the energy meter before going to the car, and that is sealed into their car. So all of their energy charging through that port is metered, and that is that optimization score. The team that has the best optimization number there for their efficiency of person miles per kilowatt hour used will get another 50 points, and everyone else will be scaled from there. We are in the process of publishing our first update from today, and we will get laps out from 11 a.m. for both the classes. The scores for the MOV class are only published at the end of day because that is when we have the ability to get energy readings from them, which is one of the main components of the score here. So we will get the lap counts published right now. They're just wrapping up collecting them. I am told there are no teams currently at Dynamics, so no one doing break and slalom. There may be a couple teams over at Figure 8, and a couple teams only have static inspections left. They have completed Dynamics, but still need to clear up some minor issues at static inspections. But as of now, no one's over doing break and slalom yet this morning. It should have opened about an hour ago, so hopefully they get out there soon. So they can get cleared for the track as soon as possible. And there we're seeing ETS passing Washington here on the front straight. And Berkeley is about to be passed here by Delft. And the 786 car from Western Michigan. Yeah, we've got Inoptis coming through, followed by Florida Poly. And that was Stanford again. Looks like I have our 11 a.m. lap totals. So as of about 12 minutes ago here, in our MOV class, we had Georgia Tech leading with 9 laps, MIT with 3, and those are our only 2 MOVs on the track this morning. In the single occupant class, we had ETS leading with 12, Delft with 11, Inoptis with 9, Utah State also with 9, Berkeley with 8, Washington also with 8, Florida Poly with 7, UC Irvine with 6, Stanford, UT Austin, and Western Michigan with 5, and Texas A&M with 3. Our fastest lap so far today was a 3-minute and 44-second lap by ETS. So that is about 50 mile per average, 50 miles per hour or 80 kilometers per hour. And there is Delft and Washington. All right, our 11 a.m. lap update is also available on our website now, as you saw on the bottom of the screen. If you head to AmericanSolarChallenge.org, you can click on the results link right there on the front page. Also try to get them on screen for you now. Okay, it'll take a minute to get here on our screen online here on the live stream. It just went onto the website momentarily ago. This will stay updated with our website. We just did our first lap update of the day at 11 a.m. Took a little bit of time. We have a lot of new teams here in the timing booth. We haven't new timers, new team members. Hopefully, get a little bit more quick for the next couple of hours as everyone gets used to the process here in the timing booth as we see Anoptis head through. And there we have Western Michigan again. Looks like they are staying on the track, putting down the laps consistently now after a few pits early. And Florida Poly still out there as well behind them. And catching up to them here is car 30 Delft. And UC Irvine behind that. The website does appear to be up to date now with the lap results. As I mentioned earlier, MOV scores will be updated on the end of day only, as we see Georgia Tech and Washington coming through here. So in our SOV class, we have 12 teams have completed laps so far today. And in the MOV class, we have 2 so far. Looks like ETS is heading into the pit. They may have, if they have just completed 17 laps, one of their drivers will be qualified for ASC, so they may be doing a driver swap here. And we've got Cal Sol still continuing down the front straight. And there we have the Washington car coming through once again. Working to get the lap count on screen updated here. I'm not sure why they're all stuck at 0. Here is Georgia Tech as well. I have a question in the chat about the start order. So today's start order was determined by the order in which teams complete is scrutineering. So our first team that achieved all green status was UC Irvine. They started in position number 1. For subsequent days, so tomorrow and Thursday, the start order will be determined by laps. So the team that has completed the most laps so far. For teams that haven't completed any laps yet, it will be determined by the order in which they are ready to get on the track. And the tiebreakers here is fastest lap. So if two teams have the same number of laps, it will be based on the number of, or how fast their fastest lap was. And right now our fastest laps are pretty much the same as the order of the teams. So ETS going fastest, has the fastest lap, has the most laps, and Delft behind them. Just had a whole group of cars go by on the front straight. Looks like it was UCI, Berkeley, and Delft. And I believe that was ETS back on the track. We have a question about drafting. At both ASC and FSGP, drafting is not allowed. So we have corner workers out who are, their primary job is the safety of the track, but they're also looking for violations like drafting, teams not following the requirement to honk before and during the pass, unsafe overtakes, anything like that. Same thing at ASC. The observer in the chase car is watching the solar car, and solar car is not permitted to draft other traffic, lead car, anything like that. Okay, now I've got our 11 a.m. lap counts on screen here. We should be getting to, it's 11:30 now, so about half an hour we'll get another update. I am hearing that some people are seeing the updates on the website and some people are not, so we are going to get that fixed for you so you can all view on the website as well. Alright, it appears the website should be working for everyone now, so if you're having trouble you can refresh the page and hopefully see our lap counts for both SOV and MOV class. The scores for the MOV class will be only at the end of the day. The track does split here, right on your screen. To the right, on the far side of the gantry, is the hot track, and to the bottom here is the pit entry. It does split around the drag strip here at Brainerd International Raceway. And we've got the UT Austin car coming through. And the long pointy Anoptis car behind them. And you just saw ETS a few moments ago and Stanford behind them. Here we got Florida Poly coming through here. Sounds like someone on the track is going to be towed in shortly, so we will see who that is. And there is Cal Soul coming through. If you are located in the Brainerd area or are close enough to drive up, the raceway is fully open to the public, free to attend. All you need to do is sign a waiver to get a wristband at the gate, and everything is open to the public. You can come watch from any of the grandstands here on the front straight, but there's also tons of grandstands all around the track, from a bunch back by turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, turn 5, and then there's a bridge also over the track just after turn 9. Lots of great places to view. And for some of you who will be watching from home, or the rest of you, we will try to bring you a different view tomorrow as somebody's heading back on the track. Looks like that is Delft heading back on the track, so I think they probably have one driver qualified for ASC and swapping the next ones in like we saw ETS do earlier. And if you are in the Minneapolis area, we will be in Minneapolis at the University of Minnesota on Friday for a display day from 12 to 7, ahead of the start of the Electrek American Solar Challenge 2026 on Saturday. That is free and open to the public on the Northrop Mall at the University of Minnesota. And you can catch all the cars that are going to ASC, and several of the cars that are not going to ASC will also be there. Team members will be there. Good chance to see the cars up close and talk to all the different teams that we have here. Following their departure at 9 a.m., which is also open to the public to view, as we see Inoptis coming into the pit on the bottom of your screen and ETS at the top of the screen. Looks like Georgia Tech is also coming into the pit. These two teams may also be doing a driver swap, having finished qualification of one driver for the American Solar Challenge. But following the departure from Minneapolis, solar cars will follow the Great River Road into Wisconsin, Iowa, and Illinois. Once in Illinois, they will pick up historic Route 66 and follow that. This is the centennial of the historic Route 66. And they will take that to the finish line in Amarillo, Texas on August 1st. We will be live streaming the start line and the finish line and many of the stage points along the way, which are in Edwardsville, Illinois, Carthage, Missouri, and Elk City, Oklahoma. We'll bring you as much as we can live for those watching at home on video. And of course, we will have the finish line and the award ceremony in Texas. To qualify for the American Solar Challenge, each driver needs to complete 50 miles, which at this track rounds up to 17 laps. For a car and team to qualify, they have two options. Either they can do the one-day option, which is 200 miles in one day, which is 65 laps, or they can do 300 miles on 2 consecutive days. So that would be today and Wednesday, or Wednesday and Thursday. And that's 300 miles, which works out to 97 laps here on our 3.1 mile track. Looks like most of our teams going to ASC here are attempting to qualify 4 drivers. The minimum is 2, assuming you really want to compete at the event. The drivers are capped at 6 hours per day in the solar car, and the hours during which the solar cars are allowed to be driving is 9 hours per day, from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. So you need 2 drivers to cover all of that. Typically, we see teams have 3 or 4. Looks like everyone this year is going for 4. We'll see some of them may not achieve that. But it's always good to have options with drivers. Some of these segments will be quite hot as we get south into Oklahoma, and you may want to swap more often than you may need to up here. As you can see, we have a good amount of cloud cover rolling in here in Brainerd. You'll see how many of the cars can achieve 200 miles today as we have these clouds coming in. For our MOVs, which is currently only Georgia Tech on the track, but MIT is working to get back out here. They do have the option to come into the pit and charge if they really want to get through to ASC today. That would obviously potentially hurt their ranking, their placing at Formula Sun Grand Prix, but it kind of depends on the priorities of each team. Some teams solely focus on ASC. We have some teams that are not coming to ASC and solely focused on FSGP, obviously. And then some teams here are certainly interested in winning both. We just saw ETS fly through, so we see some of the cars are slowing down. Some of the cars are maintaining relatively high speed. To my knowledge, there's no other teams that are quite close to who getting out here or cleared to get out here yet. Are waiting to see on a couple of them. Take a look at the status of teams going through scrutineering. A handful of teams getting close. Oh, Poly Montreal just left with Dynamics. Principia is quite close with station where they do driver egress and communications as well as Dynamics. Waterloo is waiting on Dynamics, Illinois, Virginia Tech, Illinois State. Iowa State is waiting on Dynamics as well as getting their car outfitted for meter charging as they're one of our multi-occupant vehicles. Toronto needs to complete Dynamics and they have several yellows as well to clean up. Wisconsin's in the same boat. Dynamics and a couple of yellows, and University of Pacific, Dynamics, and the driver egress and communication station. Do have fairly high winds today. They are crosswinds roughly to your right here on the front straight, although it has been quite gusty sometimes as a tailwind here on the front straight. See Washington go through. Some of these cars are a lot more stable than other cars, as we saw during Dynamics yesterday. Some of the cars breezed right through, which is also factor on driver experience and training as well. Some of the cars, such as this Delft car you're seeing go through right now, had their struggles, but they did get through. So we will see if anyone has any troubles with winds today. It was much windier yesterday afternoon, overnight, than it is right now. It's still pretty gusty. So we have a bit of a cold front coming in. It's been quite warm the last couple of days. Much milder today here in Brainerd, Minnesota. Each car does have a driver in it. So our single occupant cars have just the driver in them. Our multi-occupant vehicles have multiple seats. They are not required to drive with people in the passenger seats. Right now Georgia Tech has all 4 of their seats full. The rest of our multi-occupant cars have 1 passenger seat in addition to the driver for 2 total passengers. And once some of them are out there, we'll let you know how many people are there. Sounds like we've got a yellow flag out on the track at turn 2 right now. So solar cars will be a bit slower on their way around. On the topic of drivers, as part of the scrutineering process here, solar car drivers are weighed in, and as part of that process, they are ballasted to 80 kilograms, or roughly 170 pounds. Looks like we see Georgia Tech coming back into pit. So every car is required to have a ballast compartment adjacent to the seat for the driver and for the passengers for our MOVs. I believe within 30 centimeters of the hip point of the person who's being ballasted. So they're all 80 kilograms, so there's not advantage for finding your smallest people and building your car around them. There's also a minimum space required for the occupants of the car, which is roughly a 50th percentile male size. So anyone that size or smaller is going to fit in your solar car. You can actually have challenges if your drivers are too small, meeting the vision requirements. You do have to design to get the driver's eyes in the right spot to see out of some of the windshields on some of these cars. You'll see some little cutouts on some of them for side vision. And yeah, you got to get your eyes at the right height, as we see Optus going through. You won't see it from here, but they're one of those teams that have some little extra cutouts for the vision here. It looks like ETS is going to pass Optus, and we got Delft and Washington just behind. I think those are the top 4 teams right now out in the single occupant class. ETS is leading the way, looking to get another victory this year, I'm sure, as they did in 2024. Last time they were at the Formula Sun Grand Prix. We see UT Austin car number 80 come through as well. Looking down the straight, I can see that Delft has just completed a pass of Optus as well. And it looks like Washington is catching up to do the same. At our events, the solar cars are limited to 65 miles per hour. That is our speed limit on the road at American Solar Challenge, and we have the same one here on the track. On this track, I bet that a couple of them could probably get over that on this front straight, but they are required to stay at 65 miles per hour or below at all times on the track. That's the speed at which the designs are analyzed at and required to be able to withstand bumps on the road, or in worst case scenario, the main concern is safety of the driver. So any sort of rollover, anything, the roll cages are designed for an impact at 65 miles per hour. Just about 5 minutes away from our noon lap update today. So we will get you that as soon as we can, as we have Western Michigan go through. We'll say these lap updates you are getting throughout the day are not quite 100% official, as we only do penalty assessment at the end of the day, as we see Berkeley coming into the pit. I haven't heard of anything on the track today that would get anybody any penalties, but of course it's a long day of racing, and so things can happen. I'm not aware of any teams right now that have penalties for technical things, but it is possible that teams have penalties for non-compliance with any of the competitive regs. The safety regs are mandatory. If you don't comply with those, you must modify your vehicle to meet all the safety regulations. But if it's a competitive regulation maybe your car is slightly too long or you don't quite meet the ground clearance or something like that, you can elect to not fix it and be penalized a certain number of laps or miles per day at FSGP or ASC respectively. And additionally, you can obviously get operational penalties for conduct on the track. You know, if a driver is repeatedly passing without honking, passing without turn signal, passing dangerously, they can get penalized. You know, passing on a red flag or not stopping on a red flag and passing on a active yellow flag when not allowed, as we see ETS coming through once more, followed by Stanford. Anything like that can get laps deducted for a team. Now, hopefully we don't have too much of that, and teams will get credit for all the laps they complete. And UCI, one more lap here before the 12 o'clock count. Georgia Tech as well. Optus and Delft just getting in one more lap here before noon. And Washington is heading into the pit with the lap completed here before noon as well. That may be a driver's qualified for Washington. They are attempting to head to the American Solar Challenge for the first time ever. This is their second car. And Florida Poly looks like got one more lap in at 11:59.58.
That's what they tried to do in the system.
And there we've got ETS coming through. see a comment that brakes don't win races, but given the struggles we've seen some teams have at brake tests, brakes can definitely lose you the race if they prevent you from getting onto the track. So working brakes are pretty important. Question about how the cars are set up with solar panels and motors. So on the solar cars, they are allowed to have batteries. I believe all of our teams this year are running some sort of lithium battery, whether it's your classic lithium ion, NMC, lithium polymer, or similar. And so our single occupant vehicles are limited to roughly 5 kilowatt hours of battery, and the multi-occupants are limited to 15. And so they'll typically have a high voltage bus out of the battery, and they'll have the maximum power point trackers, which connect the solar panels to this high voltage bus and provide power back to charge the battery or power the motors. And then also on this bus will be the motor and any other high voltage devices in the solar car. And so the battery acts as a bit of a buffer. For the optimal efficiency, you would want to drive the same speed all day, regardless of the irradiance. So you'll probably be charging the battery a bit at your speed in the midday and draining it in the morning and the evening. And for that purpose, you don't want to go faster than you need to, because the wind resistance, the drag on the solar car is exponential of speed. We have seen quite a few teams slowing down here as the clouds continue to roll in. Don't believe there's any rain expected, but these are a little bit dark clouds, so they are reducing the irradiance quite a bit, as we see Inoptis followed by Georgia Tech coming through. And I think our 12 p.m. lap update is available. Let me check in on that. All right, looks like our 12 p.m. lap update is out. So in our single occupant class, we still have ETS leading the group with 25 laps, followed by Delft with 22, Inoptis with 20, Washington also with 20, Berkeley with 18, Florida Poly with 16, Stanford with 14, Western Michigan and UC Irvine with 13, and Utah State with 10, UT Austin with 8, and Texas A&M with 3. And on our MOV side, we've got Georgia Tech now with 18, and MIT still at 3. ETS has a new fastest lap of 3:37, which puts them, I think, just over 50 miles per hour in their average speed around the lap. They're probably not doing a lot of braking, except as they go through probably turns 4, 5, 6 here. The rest of the track, they shouldn't need to slow down too much, and you can maintain fairly high speed all through this front straight around turn 1 through turn 2. Maybe you have to coast down a bit at turn 3 before the tighter turns at 4, 5, and 6. Then it opens up again through 7, 8, 9, and 10 into the front straight. Yes, thank you for the correction in the chat here. Wind resistance is in fact quadratic. So to the power of 4 there on speed. So at low speeds, the energy that a solar car is expending is a lot of times going to rolling resistance and getting the car moving. But once you're going faster, the overwhelming majority of the force that you need to overcome to maintain speed is the wind resistance. On our website, we are publishing the fast lap times for every team. We do not have electronic timing here, so we aren't able to publish the lap times live as we're going through. We do have the timing clock on camera here, if you can see that down in the bottom right. And so that is the official time of the event. We did start a little bit late this morning at 11 after 10, so we will go to 6:11 p.m. tonight. Our fastest lap so far on the track is from ETS at 3 minutes and 37 seconds. And the second fastest lap is from Delft at 4 minutes and 7 seconds. And there's a pretty big gap to Washington at 4:40, and Optus at 4:55. Actually, Utah State at 4:33. In the MOV class, the fast lap is by MIT so far at 5 minutes and 6 seconds. Georgia Tech's fastest is 5 minutes and 22 seconds. This year, we are allowing overtaking everywhere on the track. We don't have any designated no passing zones. Of course, no, there's no overtaking in the pit lane. That is always true. And on the front straight here, where we're taking the service road next to the drag strip, there's a maximum of 2 solar cars side by side. So you can't pass someone who's passing someone else for this quarter mile here. But for the rest of the track, no restrictions of anything like that. My update from Dynamics is that our Dynamics inspector has gone to lunch because he still has no one there ready to do brake or slalom tests. And he said he will be back at 1. We'll see if any teams are there waiting for him. Can see one team over at the figure 8. I'm not sure which team that is. Looks like one of our MOVs. As soon as they start the turn, I should be able to see the side of the car. Our track length here is 3.1 miles. We are running the full road course at Brainerd International Raceway. They do also have a 2.5 mile track, but we are running the full 3.1 mile original road course here at Brainerd. Going to see first car for the first time being towed into the pit here, which is Utah State. Got 3 rescue vans this year, so we see ETS flying by on the back side of the straight there. Got 3 rescue vans this year, driven by a couple of our staff members. One of the things the solar cars are checked for before they're allowed on the track is tow strap and a suitable towing location. And then the team members head out there with safety equipment and tow the car. Got a question about favorites for the American Solar Challenge. I think in the single occupant vehicle class, you would pretty clearly say the 3 favorites for the podium are the 3 cars that raced at the World Solar Challenge last August, which is our Dutch team, Delft, number 30, the Belgians, number 8, Enoptis, and one of the Canadian teams, ETS, number 92. In the multi-occupant vehicle class, I think it's hard to say any favorites. Obviously, right now, Georgia Tech is the only one on pace to qualify for ASC. We have 2 more days and 6 more hours today almost. Or MIT to get back out here, or App State to get out here, and we also have, getting close, it looks like that is Iowa State doing the figure 8. Poly Montreal should also be at Dynamic sometime today, and we are, I think Minnesota is getting close as well. The last 2 American Solar Challenges in 2024 was won by Poly Montreal, and in 2022 by Minnesota. The last couple of FSGPs in 2023 and 2025 were also won by Poly Montreal, I believe. So they have a 3-year winning streak here. They're back with a new car this year. Having a little trouble getting on the track, so they're going to be pretty far behind Georgia Tech by the time they get on the track here. But once you get qualified for ASC, anything can happen once we get on the road at the American Solar Challenge. Today we will race until 6:11 p.m. local time. The schedule for the track today was 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. We had an 11-minute delay on the start line due to waiting for clearance from track safety as they were getting corner workers set up, as well as getting some obstructions cleared off the track that they found on their safety drive of the track. So we are going till 6:11 today. Tomorrow we are on the track from 9 to 5, and same on Thursday. So 24 total hours as we got ETS flying by Delft here. We got a question about the difference between the top 3 SOVs and the rest of the field here. So the top teams tend to be the lights teams, but most of the SOV cars are in the weight range where the difference in weight is not a huge factor. Among top teams, the weight really doesn't correlate at all with performance. Everyone's, within 10, 20, 30 kg of each other. So it is really about aerodynamics and also manufacturing. So you can see a lot of cars that are well designed here and have good aerodynamics, but have some manufacturing challenges where things don't quite have the same fit and finish as the other cars, and that can make a big difference at highway speeds. Just a little panel gap, things like that. You also see things like some of the top teams have more advanced tech when you look at things like motors or maximum power point trackers that can get them just a little bit more power or a little bit more performance out of those parts. One of those teams, the team from Delft, has, I believe, the only water-cooled motor this year. So we'll see what that does for them here at the American Solar Challenge and Formula Sun Grand Prix. My understanding is that allows them to run a little bit of a smaller motor, which can mean they're running in the efficient range more often, less weight, and all that sorts of stuff. You can also take a look on our websites. We have team profiles of all these teams, and you can see also these top teams tend to have a little bit better solar arrays as well. Can be because they can access cells with their sponsors that are getting the highest bin available, or they may have the budget to buy significantly more cells and do their own binning of the cells that they receive from the distributor. Things like that can make a big difference in your solar array or your battery even, if you can pick and choose the best cells from a large batch. You see Anoptis and Stanford going through. Question about if there ever been a crash at FSGP. To my knowledge, there's never been a multi-solar car crash. We have had solar cars take a turn too fast and tip on their sides, or more often they end up going off track and bailing into the grass. Those tend to be the instance we have. I don't really expect to have anything like that this year. We don't have any super tight turns, especially no tight turns coming off the fast parts or the front straight. Did have a couple at the previous track we were at in Bowling Green. One of the tightest turns on the whole track was right at the end of the front straight, and it was deceivingly tight. Got tighter as you went through, so occasionally some drivers took that a little bit too fast on their initial laps and ended up in the dirt. There's a good point in the chat about the reliability of the winning teams. When the margins are so thin, spending extra time on the side of the road, even for a tire change or to replace something, can be the difference between winning and losing. So those three teams, especially that have raced this car at World Solar Challenge last year, and we have a lot of teams coming back from Formula Sun cars from last year. So assuming they didn't change too much and kept the car together and got it on the road or on the test track before getting here and got everybody ready and trained, that's definitely a huge advantage over the teams that show up here with not too many miles on the car. You want to catch all those, do a real shakedown, catch all those infantile failures, get everybody comfortable with their roles, get your operations all clean, because operations is a big factor on the road at American Solar Challenge. Coordinating passes, coordinating driver swaps, coordinating where your end of day will be. You do have a 45-minute period in which you can decide to stop for the day. It's 15 minutes before or 30 minutes after the nominal time of 6 p.m. And so figuring all that out, maybe you do want to go to 6:30 all the way and get around some town that you expect to be busy in the morning. Things like that can be a factor. Or maybe you want to stop and start earlier, and if you think you can go fast in the morning, you can execute a pass before the team gets on the road in the morning. That kind of stuff is a huge factor in when the margins are tight. There are a couple teams here. You go talk to them, especially the newer teams that know they're, not building a car. They're building their first car and learning a lot in the process. And for the most part, you're building your first car or you're modifying a donated car. You're not expecting it to be the best car at the event, but you can go talk to teams who have podiumed in recent years just by being on the track from day one and putting down consistent laps. There are cars that come on the track day 2 or day 3 and maybe can do 50% faster than you, but you've been out there 2 or 3 times as long as them, and you are going to beat them if you do that. Same thing at ASC. As long as you can maintain about 27, 28 miles per hour average, you should finish the American Solar Challenge quite comfortably. And the number one requirement we have is that you finish the base route. So it doesn't matter if you do 500 miles of loops at some stop. If you don't finish the base leg the next day, it doesn't matter because you will rank behind everyone who does finish the base leg. So everyone who drives all the way from Minneapolis to Amarillo will rank ahead of anybody who misses any segment, no matter how short. ASC, we have a question about where teams stop along the route. So there's 2 answers to that question. ASC is a staged event, so every second or third day, all the teams must arrive at the stage stop. If you can't get there on solar power, you do have to load your solar car in the trailer and arrive by the impound time of 8 p.m. If you are late to that, you get, in addition to trailering and not getting credit for the miles, you'll get penalized additional miles. So on those nights, all the teams are staying in one city. So that'll be in Edwardsville, Illinois at the end of stage 1, Carthage, Missouri for stage 2, and Elk City, Oklahoma for stage 3. At some of those places, we have on-site camping for teams, or teams have, booked hotels in those areas because they know where they'll be at that point. On the nights in between, teams stop anywhere along the route where they will be. The nominal time of the challenge is 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day, but there is a grace period of minus 15 or plus 30 on that. So anytime between 5:45 and 6:30, you can stop. And if you stop at 5:45, you start the next morning at 8:45. So I'm looking down the straight. It looks like we have a new solar car getting on the track, which is car number 828 from App State. So we'll see them around here in a few minutes. Georgia Tech is following them back onto the track after a quick pit stop. So on the days in between, most teams plan to camp on those days. Some teams will try to find hotels or motels. This year, at least for the Route 66 segment, the route is a little bit more urban than some previous years. So there may be opportunities for that. But there's a lot of times you'll send your team ahead and you'll have all your tents and camping stuff. You'll find a campsite where your strategy team thinks is within that grace period and where they want to end. And you'll get set up, and you hope they make it during the grace period. Otherwise, you'll be taking it down and going to set up somewhere else later in the day. I believe Inoptis is still on the track. We just had Delft go by. They did pit a little bit ago, but I thought they re-entered the track. The ASC format is similar to the Sassel Challenge. I'm not totally up to date on the format at Sassel in South Africa. But at ASC, the teams, we have stages, and during those stages there are checkpoints. Stage 1 has 2 checkpoints. The rest of the stages have 1 checkpoint. And at all of these stops, there are optional loops you can complete. So if you arrive early enough that the loops are open, you can go drive these loops to get additional miles. In the SOV class, the winner is the team that completes the most miles out of the teams that at least complete the base route. And in the multi-occupant class, they have 3 factors in their score at ASC. 40% is just the miles driven, so base route and loops. And once again, you have to complete the base route first to rank ahead of anybody who did not. And then the next 40% is the optimization score, which is the person miles. So if you're driving with 2 people in the car, you get 2 person miles per mile. And that is divided by the kilowatt hours used to do so. So the MOV cars have their battery, which is up to, I believe, 15 kilowatt hours. And then they have a charging meter on the charging port, which is your standard charging port for an EV, either the NACS standard or the, what's it called, J something standard. And so all that charging gets metered and divided as the divisor on the person miles for an efficiency score. And then 20% of the score is practicality. Practicality judging will happen in Minneapolis during display day. And there we have ETS going through. And so yeah, on display day, the practicality judging will happen. The combination of judging by staff, especially on the objective measures of the practicality judging. And then we have the subjective measures, and we have several of our sponsors will have representatives as part of that judging, I believe including Electrek, our title sponsor, of course. There comes Anoptis through the front straight. Seem to have slowed down a bit as the clouds are coming out here. We'll see what their strategy is here and see if their primary goal is ASC qualification or podium finish here at FSGP. That's obviously a decision that can also change based on how day one goes. You may find yourself in a really good position, or you may find yourself out of it, looking at your competitors. And American Solar Challenge is a big event this year, as we see App State going by for the first time with their new car, Autumn. And so we will see what all these teams' plans are as they have to balance FSGP with getting ready for ASC. Here comes a line of cars with Georgia Tech and Delft. Got a question about additional camera angles. The track does not have any public cameras available like you may remember from our track last year. I am going to try to get you additional angles. Tomorrow we have another tower available overlooking a couple of the tighter turns on the back of the track, as well as a few other buildings and grandstands where we can set up at. So we will vary it between the days. We came to the front straight today for the start line, and we probably will be at the timing line here, at least for the finish portion, on Thursday. If the wind dies down, we will get the drone up one of these days as well and give you a tour of the track. We can get to almost the whole track with our drone operator on the front grandstand here, or from the short track tower. It is still quite gusty today here, so we're having this cold front roll in, and hopefully tomorrow it will be a little bit calmer and we can get the drone up there. I have a question about the number of wheels on the solar car. So in our multi-occupant class, all the vehicles are required to have 4 wheels. So they are all 4-wheeled vehicles. In the single occupant class, cars have the option to have 3 or 4 vehicles, 3 or 4 wheels, sorry. We just saw ETS go by. They are one of the 3-wheel cars here. 3 wheels were allowed for the first time in 2024 after 10 years of requiring 4 wheels. We just saw Berkeley go by. They are a 4-wheel single occupant vehicle. I believe they built that car for first competition prior to the regulation change. Here's Washington with their new cars, also 3 wheels. I think for the most part, most of the new cars that show up here are 3-wheel cars now in the single occupant class. Having 3 wheels is reduced suspension, wheels, tires, a good amount of weight, and the wheels contribute significantly to the drag of the vehicle as well. Having opening for the wheel, the rotating wheel itself, all add quite a bit of drag. So 3 is definitely a better choice for single occupant class. And I think basically see that for the most part in the new cars now. The fastest lap today is still ETS's 3-minute and 37 lap, which puts them at an average speed of a little bit over 50 miles per hour. On the front straight, they are probably getting up close to 60 or in excess of that to maintain 50 mile per hour average around the entire track. Turn 1 and 2 here, they can you can certainly take at the max solar car speed of 65 miles per hour. As you get into the backside of the track, there's a couple of tighter turns that teams have to slow down for. Then you get up to turn 9 into the straight through the drift pad, and then turn 10 into the front straight. You can maintain a good amount of speed. There you see a couple more of our 3-wheeled single occupant vehicles coming through. All of the 3-wheel single occupant vehicles are these narrow 2-wheel in the front, 1-wheel in the back design, with the exception of Delft. They have kind of a, I guess I've described it as a sideways tricycle with 2 wheels on the right, one in front of the driver, one behind the driver, and 1 wheel on the left side. ETS also with that 3-wheel design, and here's the one different 3-wheel car, the Delft car. I'm going to take a short lunch break here, and we'll be back with the 1 p.m. lap updates in about 20 minutes. All right, we are just getting a 1 p.m. lap update here at Brainerd International Raceway for the Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix 2026. Should have a few teams that have completed their first lap in the last hour here. See a bit of a conversation about battery capacity and starting the event charged. So in our single occupant class, you get 5.25 kilowatt hours of battery capacity, and most of our teams have pretty much maxed that out. Most everyone's above 5, and most of them are close to 5.2, 5.25. In the multi-occupant class, it's a little bit different. The max is about 15, but different strategy. We got some down in I think the 9 range, some right at 15. In the single occupant class, you can start with your battery full. I mean, you can start with it in any state, but everyone will start with it full if they're ready in time to get the battery fully charged. And that turns into, a relatively small amount of the total energy that they get during the competition. The array will more than charge the battery in one day. In a bright sunny day, you will get the battery full in a few hours. And solar cars are in the sun for 13 hours per day, 9 hours on the road, and 4 hours of charging period. So you can charge your battery multiple times on a sunny day full. In the multi-occupant class, their considerations are a little bit different. They are considered to start with their battery full, and so of course they should all do that. In the formula for energy usage, there's 2 components. One is the battery capacity, so you're considered to have used all of that during the competition. And then there's the metered charging, which is the amount of wall charge you during the event. And so that is, if you have a smaller battery in your car, you start with a smaller number there, because everyone starts with the full battery as their baseline energy usage, external energy usage. Sounds like we also have some new fast laps in the last hour. At least best for a team. We'll see if ETS has or anyone else has pushed the absolute fastest lap ahead or not. Alright, it looks like our 1 p.m. lap update is going out, so we should see that on screen momentarily here. There we go with our 1 p.m. lap update. We will start with our MOV class here with Georgia Tech still leading with 28 laps, and App State with 4 now in second place, and MIT is still at 3, not yet back on the track. In our single occupant class, we have ETS in first position still with 39 laps, Delft with 34, Inoptis with 32, Washington with 30, Berkeley with 29, Florida Poly with 28, Florida Poly 24, Stanford 22, Western Michigan 20, UC Irvine also 20, UT Austin 15, Utah State 10, and Texas A&M 3. We are going to try to get you another camera angle shortly here. Seems like the cars are coming around now, perhaps in a bit of a bunch around the backside of the track. Track is not too crowded right now, so a lot of teams are happily driving at their target speed without too much difficulty. You see the number 80 UT Austin car. And there is the App State car. They've just got on the track a little bit ago and 4 laps completed, so probably at a higher level battery. We see Delft going into the pit here. They are right at the point where they may have qualified the second driver for ASC, so this may be a driver swap to get the third driver into the car. And there is Washington. And Calsol. We're just seeing a line of cars go by. First was Anoptis and Stanford, then UC Irvine and Florida Poly. At the American Solar Challenge, the starting order is determined by the number of laps completed at FSGP, and that is mixed between MOV and SOV. So we'll see who's at the front. The last couple times it has been an MOV at the front at ASC. We will see about that this year. The MOVs are not necessarily trying to maximize laps at this competition, but they do obviously have bigger battery and more the opportunity to get more external energy by charging from the wall. As far as I'm aware, there are no teams at Dynamics yet, so we are still waiting to hear about those. I know Iowa State was at the figure 8 earlier. They don't seem to be there anymore, so they have perhaps finished that. I see in the chat a question about the fins that the two European teams have, so Delft and Inoptis. If you aren't familiar with the fins, Inoptis was the first one to put a fin on their solar car, as they call it, back at the World Solar Challenge in 2023, a competition in which they were the first place finisher. We saw a number of copycats last year at the World Solar Challenge in 2025, including Delft. And this year, both of those teams have two deployable fins right behind their driver. They come out of the top of the canopy. And Delft, additionally, with their wider car, has one fin that they can install on the left side. It is not deployable during running, so they have to manually install or remove it at a stop when the car is not driving, so it's not as flexible as the other two. I'm not sure if we will see the fins at FSGP here. Perhaps they will do it for fun at some point. It's quite windy today, so I'm not sure, especially on the track, if that's exactly what they want. If you check out our live stream from yesterday, you can see the Delft car was running slalom with both fins installed on their car. So one of the deployable ones raised from the canopy, and then the left one installed on the car. They serve a couple of purposes. One of them is supposed to be stability. So in certain wind conditions, they can deploy the fins to help maintain the stability of the solar car. And the other purpose is to catch the wind. If you get to see these cars up close with the fins deployed, as we see Inoptis coming in right now. Notice the fins are shaped aerossymmetrically. You can kind of similar profile to an airplane wing. And the purpose of that is to also catch the wind a bit and use that to help propel the solar car, which is allowed at the competition. At FSGP, our winner is team that completes the most laps in the SOV class. So we're just measuring most laps over 24 hours. In the MOV class, that is 50% of the score, and the other 50% is person laps or person miles, which is laps or miles times the number of people in the car, divided by the external energy used. So 50% is just pure miles, and the other half is efficiency of those miles. Delft had to do the slalom with the fins deployed. I believe Inoptis did as well. We were not there while Inoptis was doing it on the live stream here. But the reason is that the deploying the fins raises the center of gravity, and the intention was to make them do it in the most unstable configuration. At the brake testing, they were required to do it in all configurations. So they had one driver doing it with fins deployed, one driver with no fins, and I believe one driver with only one of the fins. This is definitely an endurance event. The winning team is typically the team that spends the most time on the track, because that allows them to spread their maximum number of laps over the maximum amount of time. It's hard to catch up if somebody's out there putting down consistent laps, especially now that we're 3 hours into the day. See Georgia Tech and Florida Poly, two of the teams that have been out there almost all day. Question about Inoptis's active suspension. So they do have suspension that allows them to increase the ride height or decrease the ride height dynamically. That is another configuration that, as far as I understand, was tested in multiple configurations during dynamics as they went through that yesterday. We also have occasionally some teams that want to run multiple styles of tires. And so if they're doing that, they also will have to do tests in those multiple different tires. So all the configurations, or at least all the extremes of the configurations, have to get tested at dynamics in order for them to be allowed to be used at the competition. Question about the who organizes the event. So the Electrek American Solar Challenge and Formula Sun Grand Prix are organized by a foundation called the Innovators Educational Foundation. This foundation was started in around 2008, 2009 to run these events. Prior, the events had been started by General Motors, originally called Sun Race in the 90s. And they eventually, as GM and the Department of Energy stopped running the events, the foundation took over. Now I can see even ETS is slowing down a little bit here in the afternoon. No questions about the SOVs and MOVs. We have more SOVs at the event. The SOV class is older, maybe kind of the original style of solar cars, and the MOVs is a newer style. It was first introduced at the American Solar Challenge in 2016, I believe. The MOVs are definitely more difficult to build, more expensive to build than the SOVs of equivalent type. When you have more passengers, that's just more structure, more like twice as many occupant cells to design, analyze for safety and all that stuff. More doors, more everything. So in order to build a MOV, it is definitely a much larger undertaking. And there's lots of teams that have built in the SOV style cars for 20, 30 years. And that's what they do, that's what they're good at. And so they haven't decided to make the switch. The SOVs have just one passenger and a pretty simple objective of drive the most laps at FSGP or the most miles at ASC. The MOVs, in addition to just the more difficulty to build them, it's also more difficult to design them from a strategic standpoint of figuring out how big your battery should be, how many passengers you should hold, what orientation that should be in, how you package the weight, all that kind of stuff. And then you add on to that the strategy at the event, where you're not just trying to maximize miles, but you're also trying to maximize efficiency. So you have a trade-off between miles and wall charging that's available. So it is a much more complicated undertaking. We just saw a number of cars go by. The last one there was the Inoptis car from the Belgian team. ETS is one of the Canadian teams from Quebec. We got two teams from right down the road from each other in Montreal, ETS and Poly Montreal. We are doing lap updates from our timing tower here every 1 hour on the hour. We do not have electronic timing on this track this year. And then our team from the Netherlands is Delft. The lap updates you are seeing on screen is from 1 p.m. local time here in Brainerd, which is 35 minutes ago. And we'll get you some more in a little under half an hour. To my knowledge, the scrutineering status on the website is getting updated as teams finish stuff. I think we're at the point where the stations that teams are needing to get finished are things they're having difficulties with. And I believe the only car at Dynamics is still at Figure 8, which is Iowa State. Haven't heard anybody get into break 8 in slalom, but I will request an update and get that to you. The only team that's cleared for the track and hasn't completed any laps yet is Florida. They and App State both missed our start line this morning due to difficulties. App State is out there now, but Florida is not quite yet out there. We got another couple SOVs coming through here with Washington and Berkeley, two of our West Coast teams here. You can see it's getting a little bit sunnier out here. Sun is not behind the clouds. The cars are speeding up just a little bit. Got another view for you now on the front straight. We will switch to. As you can see, Western Michigan coming through here. So you're looking at in the opposite direction that we were previously looking at, looking away from the timing gantry. And off to the right, the solar cars will be coming around turn number 10 onto the front straight. Last I heard about Poly Montreal is that they had started dynamics yesterday, but they are not back out there today, so I assume they are fixing something. And there was the Delft car passing by. Still quite windy here today, so I think we're going to be grounded on the drone today, but we're hopeful that tomorrow and Thursday will be better weather and we will get you some drone shots. We are running the 3.1 mile long track here at Brainerd International Raceway. We do have two configurations. We are running the long 3.1 mile track. Washington just came across the screen there and into the pit. They may be at the point for another driver swap to qualify another driver for ASC. There you got a view of Florida Poly passing Stanford. And then we just saw Anoptis and UC Irvine pass by as well. And there's a up-close view of App State's new car, Autumn, here at its first competition. The last few competitions they have been racing their first MOV, Rose, and prior to that they had a donated car from Iowa State in the single occupant class. And we just saw Cal Sol to the right heading into the pit, and Delft on the left, and Georgia Tech on the left, continuing out for another lap. And ETS behind them. A question on the live stream, who am I? My name is Jonathan Mullen. I have been on the volunteer event staff here at the Formula Sun Grand Prix and American Solar Challenge for, this is my 5th year on staff. Prior to that, I raced on the Illini Solar Car team, number 22, who hopefully gets on the track today or tomorrow. I was on that team at the University of Illinois, and we competed in 2018 at the American Solar Challenge and 2019 at Formula Sun Grand Prix. So I built one car there and raced one car at the University of Illinois, and designed a second car that got delayed by pandemic, unfortunately, so I never got to race it. And that first car we built, named Argo, actually ended up donated to Texas A&M as they started their solar car team. And they raced that at Formula Sun Grand Prix last year, and both American Solar Challenge and Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix in 2024. So that was fun to see that car there. And now Texas A&M is back with their first car that they have built themselves this year. And it looks like we're seeing a rescue van come across stream, towing UT Austin into the pit, and the 786 car on your left is Western Michigan. So we'll have to see what's up with UT Austin, how long it takes them to get back on the track. Sounds like the only teams in dynamics right now is Iowa State. Hearing Poly Montreal maybe getting ready. We will see if they can get out there so we can get two more. Great to see some more MOVs on the class. Or on the MOV class cars on the track. Right now, Georgia Tech is running away with it, and we got App State trying to catch them up, and hopefully we can get MIT back on the track and get a real race out here. Okay, it sounds like we actually have 4 cars now at Dynamics. We have Poly Montreal is there but getting ready. And Iowa State is at figure 8. And on the slalom course right now, we have Virginia and University of the Pacific running the slalom. So they'll get through that and then braking. Right now we are looking at the front straight, the start of it, coming out of turn 10, as we just saw the Florida Poly car go through. This is from the previous view. We were looking kind of at the timing gantry, and this camera is under the gantry there. So we just saw App State, Delft, and ETS go through. And there comes the Georgia Tech car again. They are by far leading the MOV class right now in laps. I think they're going to be pretty happy with their performance this year so far. Hopefully they can keep it up. This is the, I believe, 3rd time they've brought this car to competition. They had a few challenges in previous years, and but they assure me that this year the car is ready to go, and they are ready to race and ready to get on the road at the American Solar Challenge and make a real run at it with their 4-person car, which is the only 4-person car in the event. And so far, they seem to have showed up ready to go, and the car is all good so far. So we'll keep watching. I think this has already been answered in the chat, but this event started as the GM Sun Race in 1990. And since then, the road competition, which is what Sun Race was, has operated every 2 years, with the exception of a gap during COVID. In the early 2000s, the qualifier started as Formula Sun Grand Prix, solely as a qualifier for Sun Race and later the American Solar Challenge. And then when Innovators Educational Foundation took over, Formula Sun Grand Prix became an every year event and more of a standalone competition, especially in odd years without the American Solar Challenge. And we have continued to run the American Solar Challenge in every even year. There are a few other solar car competitions around the world. As we've discussed earlier, the World Solar Challenge is probably the most well-known and biggest event, taking place in Australia across the outback in every odd year. So other than Formula Sun Grand Prix, which takes place every year, the rest of the competitions are even year competitions. There is obviously the American Solar Challenge here and Formula Sun Grand Prix in even years. There's the European Solar Challenge happening later this fall, as is Sassel in South Africa, and then there's also a race in Japan, which is a track competition similar to FSGP. In terms of new cars, teams do not need to bring a new car every year for FSGP or ASC. Typically, especially at the top teams aim for a 2-year build cycle. So a new one every 2 years. So you'll see the Delft car, the Inoptis car, ETS, all were brand new cars for World Solar Challenge last year. They will compete with that car this year at the American Solar Challenge and FSGP and bring a new one for next year. Some of these cars are here for third, fourth races. And some of them will still do quite well despite that. Looks like the Delft car has sped up a good amount again. We just saw them go by. Should be getting a lap update here in about 6 minutes. Had a question about the difference in the regulations at the World Solar Challenge and the American Solar Challenge. So some of the differences is the format. So at the World Solar Challenge, for the single occupant class, or what they call the Challenger class, is structured here as a staged event where if you arrive early, you stay at a stage stop and do loops to get more miles, and the most miles wins. In Australia, they let you go from Darwin, and the first team to get to Adelaide wins. You have control stops along the way for, I believe, 30 minutes. But other than that, you're on your own, and first one there wins. The MOV class, or as they call cruisers, have varied quite a bit back and forth between the exact design and the exact formulas between the two. And this year we are running a new formula for the first time in a few years. World Solar Challenge has run a different formula almost every year for the past decade, it seems. So it's a little bit hard to explain the strategic differences there. In terms of the technical regulations, the World Solar Challenge has been mentioned in the chat. The battery is about 30-40% smaller for the single occupant class. In the multi-occupant class, it is, I believe, bigger actually. At the World Solar Challenge now, all MOVs are 2 passengers, and they must have 2 passengers the entire way. The American Solar Challenge, we still allow 2, 3, or 4 people in the car, and you can vary that during the event. There are safety regulations that are different between the two. The big one that can challenge teams is the roll cage competition, or roll cage regulations at this competition. So it is, that can be one of the challenges to modify your car. The lighting requirements are a bit different in the United States than in Australia. Those tend to mirror the regulations from the government in the region of the competition. So that can lead to some changes in light locations. Occasionally, teams will decide to modify the color of the lights as well. Typically, the European standards and Australian standards are a little bit stricter than the US on lights. So teams coming from World Solar Challenge to American Solar Challenge don't have a challenge. On the roll cage topic, yes, I see a comment here. You don't see metal roll bars on most teams in Australia. I will say that I believe the third place finisher at the last World Solar Challenge did have a metal one. However, yeah, most of them will do carbon roll bars. We'll see how that changes going forward as they have got a bit stricter at the next competition. We do not allow carbon for the roll cage structure. All the drivers here must have driver's licenses that are valid in the United States. So depending on what country you're coming from, you may need an international driver's license for some of our foreign teams. I believe none of the teams this year require that. I think in Minnesota you just need your driver's license from any EU country or Canada, and you are allowed to drive. So for that purpose, yeah, everyone on both the track and the road must have a driver's license. No need for a motorcycle endorsement. I think the Delft car probably drives a bit like a motorcycle with a sidecar more than a regular car, so that maybe something we could think about. But no, everyone just needs a regular driver's license. Question about optimal strategy. So I said earlier that optimal strategy is to drive at a constant speed all day. So that's assuming good conditions. It's not always feasible to do so when the irradiance is changing as much as it is today with these clouds rolling through. It can be hard to maintain the speed constantly just because you have different amounts of power available. However, because the drag the car experiences is quadratic with the speed, you never really want to go faster than you need to. You know, going 10 miles per hour for an hour and 30 miles per hour for the next hour gets you 40 miles, but you're going to experience more total drag than going 20 miles per hour for 2 hours, which also gets you to 40 miles per hour. Question about the roll bar. The roll bar is the structure around the driver's head above them, so if the car tips or rolls, it's the part that will hit the ground to protect them. Question about why we are in Minnesota this year. So this year's competition is following 2 scenic byways, and those are the Great River Road and historic Route 66. And so when we're planning an American Solar Challenge, typically it starts with figuring out roughly what the route could look like. This year is, in addition to being the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States, is also the 100th of the official designation of historic Route 66. So it's the centennial celebration of that. So it can take. So we are taking the cars to a lot of areas that will have a lot of festivities going on, a lot of Route 66 stuff going on. And so, um, with that plan in mind, um, the process is finding tracks that are available at the right time, right cost, right facilities, all that kind of stuff. And worked out to come to Brainerd, and Minneapolis is closest major city to start at here, and is right on the Great River Road. So that is pretty easy. We're on the Great River Road less than half a mile after the start line, and follow that all the way to Illinois before picking up Route 66. We will keep the track open if it rains. If there's lightning, we will shut down the track, take all the cars off. But if there's rain, the teams are free to run. If visibility gets really bad, if it gets really, really heavy rain, it's possible you could institute a speed limit on the track to account for the decrease in visibility. But the track will be open in the rain if it's just rain. It's up to the teams whether they think their car can withstand the rain, if they've prepped and waterproofed it and everything. Looks like we have someone here who has driven one of the asymmetric catamarans. So maybe it's not quite as challenging as I was expecting. From talking to the Delft drivers a little bit, they did say the slalom on this three-wheel one was a bit difficult, which we can see from yesterday. So, it took quite a few tries to get through the slalom, and had to come back a few times to try again. Question is, does this event get national funding? So for some of the past American Solar Challenges, we have partnered with the National Park Service. So 2018, 2021, 20 and 22 and 24 were all partnered with the National Park Service. 2016 as well. So some of those years went to a variety of national parks as checkpoints and stage stops, or national monuments, or other historic sites managed by the National Park Service. And other years, for example, in 2018, we followed the Oregon National Historic Trail. And so those years we did partner with the National Park Service and work with them to make the American Solar Challenge happen. We are not partnering with them this year. We are a supporting partner of America 250, as well as a certified Route 66 Centennial event. And of course, the event is not possible without all of our sponsors, first and foremost being the title sponsor, Electrek. We also have the track Brainerd International Raceway as our track partner this year. On site today is also running the Siemens Challenge, is our sponsor Siemens. Been a long-time sponsor through Altair, who was acquired by Siemens last year. And they are running a design challenge. I'm told this year it is a battery box challenge, specifically a fluids challenge around cooling. And so yesterday, today, and tomorrow morning, 2 people from participating teams are working on a design challenge using their software with a grand prize of $10,000. And of course, we have many other sponsors as well, and many location partners along the way for the American Solar Challenge. All of our stage stops and checkpoint hosts. As we just saw, App State and SIUE is on the track now. I did just hear from timing that they are just wrapping up the 2 p.m. lap tally here, so we will get that updated on the side here and the website very shortly. Just saw Washington and Delft through, followed by ETS and Inoptis. Got a question about who is at Dynamics right now. As far as I'm aware, the only teams at Dynamics right now are Virginia Tech and UOP. Actually, sounds like Poly Montreal is back out there now as well. I can see Iowa State still working on the figure 8 portion of Dynamics before they get to slalom and brake tests. Question is, are you allowed to cool the solar panel by spraying water on it? This used to be allowed. It is no longer allowed at our competition. It has also been banned at, I believe, every other solar car competition. It used to be very common at solar car races to see people with backpack sprayers spraying down the array every time they could, or even when they're just driving through the pit lane in the track at FSGP. This is no longer allowed unless you carry all of that water and sprayer inside your solar car the entire time. So no external cooling. If you wanted to put cool water inside your solar car and spray it on the array, you could do that, but that would not be worth it. You are allowed to clean the solar panel, of course, but no cooling. This goes the same for the battery in the solar car. You have to power all the cooling used on the battery off the battery in your solar car. So any fans or anything being used for the battery must be powered off the solar car. The only thing in the solar car that can be cooled externally is the driver. Drivers are more than free to hop into air conditioning when they're not in the solar car. Alright, it looks like our 2 p.m. lap update is coming here. Should be on screen momentarily. I've got it here from timing and scoring. So in our MOV class, Georgia Tech is still leading with 39 laps as of 2 p.m. App State is in second with 13 laps, and MIT is still at 3 laps. App State has a new fast lap for our MOV class at 4 minutes and 24 seconds. Over in the SOV class, we still have ETS leading the pack with 53 laps, and a new fastest lap of 3 minutes and 31 seconds. In second, we still have Delft with 46 laps. Moving up into third is Washington with 43 laps. Inoptis with 41 laps is in fourth. as we see our 2 leaders, Delft and ETS, go by. Berkeley is in 5th with 38 laps, followed by Florida Poly with 34 and 6th, Stanford in 7th with 28, as we just saw SIUE and UC Irvine go by, and Anoptis and Washington. Following Stanford in 8th, we have Western Michigan and UC Irvine tied with 27th. In 10th, we have UT Austin with 16. We have Utah State with 10, Texas A&M with 3, and we still have Florida with 0, and SAUE just finished their first lap after 2 p.m., so they don't have any on the 2 p.m. count, but we will get their count at 3 p.m. Question about how do we ensure teams don't cheat and charge their battery overnight. So there's 2 different answers to this depending on the vehicle class. In the single occupant class, this is really easy because they are not allowed to charge at all. So you, every night at 8 p.m., your battery gets locked. Either you take it out of the car and put it in a box that locks, or it gets locked out in the car. Teams have, if they want to lock it out in the car, they have several requirements to meet, including the maximum size of hole, so something you can't get anything through to charge the battery, as well as they have requirements for how easy it has to be to impound the battery inside the car. And so that has to be done by 8 p.m. every day at FSGP. Everyone's together at the track, so we handle that here. On the road, that's handled by the volunteer observer. The observer just records what time they lock the battery in the box or in the car. And if that's after 8 p.m., there is a defined penalty for that. And then they get to cut the seals no earlier than 7 a.m. the next morning. In the MOV class, this is a little bit different because teams are allowed to charge from the wall. So what actually happens for them is that at tech inspections, their battery is totally sealed so that the only 2 ways you can charge it are via the charging port and via the solar array. So in that way, there's only 2 inlets. Everything else is either sealed inside the car or locked with our tagged lockout tags that we will go inspect at the end of the competition and make sure they're still intact. And then at night, they lock out the solar array and the motors, so the only connection to the battery is through the meter. So teams at night are allowed to charge through the meter into the battery. This does mean that teams cannot work on their batteries after the sunset. So if you're doing any work on your battery, you need to do that during competition hours. You cannot do that during impound hours. Just saw ETS come through passing Delft. And there's App State passing Calsel. I have a question about penalties and how that works. So penalties are decided by the event staff. So there's a group of staff that decide that. At the track, that's our race control staff for operational penalties. And for ASC, that's our on-road inspector staff. Teams can also have technical penalties that come out of inspections. So that's our inspector staff here at Scrutineering. So technical penalties are agreed to beforehand. So a team will be told, like, you are going to receive this penalty if you don't fix this, and they can decide to accept that. And then they will receive that penalty every day. Penalties for that are on a daily basis. Of course, if they may accept a penalty to get on the track today to try to qualify for ASC and fix it tomorrow, and the penalty will go away at that point. Some of the penalties are very well defined in the regulations for common things. For example, if your solar array is too big, there's a very well defined and very stiff penalty for that because that's obviously a huge competitive advantage if we were to allow that. So the penalty is big enough to make it completely not worth it. For operational penalties decided by race control or our on-road staff, those are determined at the end of a race day or the end of a stage based on either reports from observers during ASC or reports from corner working staff during FSGP or observers during FSGP as well during charging periods. And so, again, some of those are defined. For example, on the road, there's a penalty for pushing your solar car. So if your solar car stops at a stop sign and it can't get going again and you just give it a push to get going, you're going to get penalized a couple miles. Other ones are kind of dependent on the situation. There's speedings for penalties for things like speeding. If you roll a stop sign, obviously a big one for running a stop sign or red light, things like that. The most common things that are defined in there are pushing. You will find a lot of teams, just stop in a bad spot and have trouble getting moving again. That's probably our most common penalty at ASC. And that is based on the amount of time spent pushing for how many miles it is. We saw an Optus passing Florida Poly. Looks like the website is updated now. We will look into this after the end of the race day tonight and try to figure out why things are taking a little bit of time to get updated on the website side. We could see them here on the live stream, so I know they're getting online correctly. We'll have try to have that better for you tomorrow. Question on how many event staff there are. That is a great question that I do not know the answer to. Let's see if I can take a guess. I know we have more here on track for FSGP than we do on the road for ASC. Part of the reason for that is that we have more teams here. We have 39 solar cars here this year, which is a record. And about 30 of them registered to go on the road to ASC. We'll probably see closer to 20 once all is said and done, with both teams not completing scrutineering and teams not qualifying on the track. So about twice as many teams here. Also, the scrutineering over the last 4 days and continuing today is one of the most intensive part in terms of the amount of staffing required. We have a whole bunch of stations and multiple staff inspecting for each of them. And now running FSGP, we do run our own race control here, as well as our own timing. So we have several staff member on timing and several more on race control. I think we have about 30 staff here at FSGP, maybe a little bit more. And all of the event staff are volunteers, so taking their own time to be here for this event. We also have volunteers who will be joining us as observers, some for FSGP here, and many more for ASC. And the event also wouldn't be possible without their volunteering to be observers. Is there a chance we'll see more vehicles today clear for track? Sounds like it's possible we see. There's 4 teams that are possible today, I think. It's going to be possible Poly Montreal, Virginia, University of the Pacific, and Iowa State. Everybody else still needs to get to Dynamics today. It's possible someone could do that. We've got, 3.5 hours left till 6:11 p.m., almost 4 hours. So still enough time if you get a car together and your drivers are good and get through Dynamics quick. I guess the other team we could see is Florida. They are clear to come on the track whenever they are ready. I do not have an update on what they are working on, but hopefully they can get out here on the track and get on the road for ASC. Question of who are the newcomers this year? In our MOV class, we have no newcomers and no first-time MOV teams, although NC State has built a car from scratch for the first time. Previously, they were building on top of an existing car. So all of those teams are returning MOV teams, all on at least their second MOV. On the SOV time side, there's obviously first time that Delft or Anoptis has come to the American Solar Challenge. Obviously, they are not new teams. Been around for, I believe, Anoptis for about 15 years and Delft for 25. In terms of absolute first-time teams, I believe the only one is UT Arlington. Have a lot of teams back for the first time in a while, and a lot of teams that this may be their first ASC if they qualify to go on the road. But not a lot of first-time teams this year. I just got an update that Florida is on their way to the hot pits finally, so it sounds like we will see them on the track shortly. So that'll be one new team here. On our list of teams, we would have, this would be Florida Poly's first American Solar Challenge if they qualify, which they appear to be well on pace to do. That is the same for, this is the first time UC Irvine. I think they've probably already done the most laps that they have ever done at a Formula Sun Grand Prix. They are a relatively new team. Washington is another team that this would be their first American Solar Challenge. Should they qualify. They, of course, also appear to be on pace to do that. Same with Virginia Tech would be their first American Solar Challenge if they manage to get out here and qualify. SIUE has already surpassed their lap total that they have completed in the last several competitions this year. Back out here with a new car. If University of the Pacific gets on track, this will be their first time onto the track. They did attend the event in previous years, but did not get through scrutineering. So it's good to see there at Dynamics today. Yes, Utah State is another new team. Got a lot of teams to keep track of this year. I'm watching to see when we see Florida. I heard they're on their way over. Georgia Tech. Yes, Georgia Tech is the only team bringing a returning MOV. Every other MOV is new in their class, which does, I agree, explain partially why they're the only team out there for most of the today. We have a lot of new two-seaters, a lot of teams, I think, going towards the same design and strategy in the MOV class with Iowa State, App State, MIT, Minnesota, all bringing pretty similar new cars, and McMaster as well. Theirs is a little bit different than the other two in its design style, but still a two-seater. Poly Montreal as well, with a new, very similar to their previous cars, which is where most of these teams have gotten their ideas from with the success of the Poly Montreal cars. And it looks like Delft just headed into pit. Perhaps their driver is qualified. I think at this next lap update, we may see a couple of cars qualified for ASC. I would bet ETS gets there. And perhaps Delft behind them, Washington, and Inoptis as well. Those ones will be close, but ETS is was about 7 laps ahead as of last update at 2 p.m. All right, I did just see the Florida car driving to the track, which is a good sign. So hopefully we see them on camera soon. More cars going through there, which was Washington followed by ETS. ETS has now passed them behind camera, so it looks like ETS is still the fastest car on the track. Question are how are teams funded? Teams are funded in a lot of different ways. All of it comes down to some sort of sponsorship. Some universities get, or some teams get more or less support from their universities. But yeah, mostly sponsors. We have one team here, Inoptis Solar Team, with a title sponsor for their team. Another team with a sponsored car name. So all sorts of different sponsorship arrangements between teams. How much does it cost to participate? That varies significantly by team depending on how many people you bring and how big your car is and how big your operation is. You can do very bare bones operation, or you can get a lot more equipment and setup and all that kind of stuff. The registration fees for the competition come in 3 parts. There's one to register, one to participate at FSGP, and one to participate at ASC. The Innovators Educational Foundation has worked to keep these as low as possible and hasn't increased the fees very significantly in I think 6 years at this point. So with everything else changing price, been able to keep that part the same for the teams. And that comes out to, I believe, a little bit under $10,000 for registration. You can see down the straight Delft getting back on the track as we just saw CalSol drive by. Of course, one of the ways the fees have been able to stay so constant is through the partnership and title sponsorship with Electrek. They have been the title sponsor of the Electrek American Solar Challenge and Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix. This is the third year, and they will continue through at least 2028 through the Electrek American Solar Challenge in 2028 and 2020 and Formula Sun Grand Prix that year. And of course, all the other sponsors this year, of course, our track partner here, the Brainerd International Raceway. On the topic of ASC qualification, there's a couple different thresholds. Every individual driver, if you want them to be able to drive on the road, needs to qualify by driving 50 laps in the solar car on the track, or 50 miles. Sorry, 50 miles, which is 17 laps on this track. And then the team needs to qualify their car. So the car can qualify either on one day by doing 200 miles in a day, which is 65 laps here. Alternatively, they can do 300 miles over 2 consecutive days, so today and tomorrow, or Wednesday and Thursday. And that 300 miles comes out to 97 laps. Based on our qualification spreadsheet I see here, it looks like every team is attempting to qualify 4 drivers this year for the American Solar Challenge. They need at least 2. Most teams go for 3 or 4 most years, but it looks like everybody's got 4 on the schedule this year. I expect that some of the teams who aren't getting on the track today may run out of time to get to 4. Hopefully they will get enough to get on the road. If you only have 1 driver cleared, you can only drive for 6 hours per day, and the event hours are 9 hours per day, so you'd be leaving about a third of your time without a driver. Not sure where all the solar cars are. Maybe on the backside of the track. Well, there's Western Michigan and Delft, right, as I say that. This camera view, it does appear that there's more clouds rolling in. It is looking a little bit less cloudy in the direction the clouds are coming from. It has been quite cloudy today. Clouds are getting a little bit lighter and fluffier, so they're not making it quite as dark as they were earlier when we had a handful of dark clouds blocking the sun out for a period. Down at the end of the pit, I can see 2 cars entering the track. It appears to be both of our teams from Florida. We got the University of Florida and Florida Poly heading out on the track. So in probably 4 to 5 minutes, we will get our first look at the University of Florida car on the track. Just saw Georgia Tech go by. I believe they are still running with 4 passengers, and there was SIUE as well. And App State and Berkeley. And we've got UC Irvine, another one of the teams that's been on the track all day. Being passed by ETS, appears to still be running the fastest laps on the track. Other than this live stream, you can follow along with the goings on here at the Brainerd International Raceway for the Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix on our Facebook and our Instagram pages, which are listed there at the top left of your screen. You can see more of the cars up close, some more angles of the track. We'll try to bring you different angles tomorrow, and hopefully the drone. The wind has continued all day today, so we're unable to get the drone up in the air today, it looks like, at all. You can also catch coverage of the event on the Electrek website. Our title sponsor, Electrek, is a online publication, and one of the things they will be covering is this event. They do have a couple of folks on site here to catch the activity here at the racetrack. And there is an Optus once again, hoping to see Florida soon. pause ETS once more. At about 10 minutes till our next lap update at 3 p.m. local time here. We are on the track today, scheduled till 6 p.m. Due to our late start, we will stay on the track until 6:11 p.m. See App State come by. And CalSol and Georgia Tech. Following the completion of their time on the track, solar cars can continue to charge off track till 8 p.m. And there's our first view of the Florida car, number 5, and Florida Poly right behind them. So until 8 p.m., solar cars have time to charge their battery as the sun sets. And again tomorrow morning from 7 to 9 before our 9 a.m. start. The SOV class cannot charge from the wall at all during the event. If they charge from the wall, all of their previous laps will be forfeited. Now, for the purpose of ASC qualification, some teams do occasionally decide to do this if they have trouble on day 2 and don't complete, even 100 miles, so that 2-day qualification is on the table. If they don't complete 100 miles, they might as well do the 1-day qualification. Alright, sorry about that. We are back. Some of our equipment has been running here for going on 5.5 hours, so need a quick reboot, and we're back going. Should be coming up on our 3 p.m. lap update. 3 more hours of racing to go today. Just saw App State go by. far as updates from Dynamics go, the latest update I have is that UOP has returned to work on something else, it sounds like, before they will finish that. And Virginia and Poly Montreal are still out there working on Dynamics. I just saw a group of cars come through, which was SIUE, Washington, and Florida. And ETS is making a pit stop. That may be yet another driver qualified for ASC. To qualify, there's two options for the driver. It's 50 miles total for one driver. No requirements on days or anything. They just need 50 miles in the car, which is 17 laps. And then, yeah, for the solar cars is 200 miles in one day or 300 in 2 consecutive days, which is 65 and 97 laps. All right, we are coming up on our 3 p.m. lap update here. All right, I think we are back. Sorry about that. Just trying to keep the equipment going. I'll have to look into what's happening after the end of the race day here. They are just collecting the lap updates here for 3 o'clock, as we just saw Stanford and ETS pass through. Next lap update is momentarily. They are just finishing collecting that, and we'll get it pushed out publicly. No major updates from Dynamics since the last update. It was like the teams attempting are just Virginia, UOP, and Poly Montreal. And Virginia may be the only one out there right now. I think UOP left to work on something, and sounds like Poly Montreal is potentially swapping out a driver who may be struggling to get through Dynamics in that car. Alright, so the 3 p.m. Lap update, I just got the notification that it's getting pushed. Alright, 3 p.m. lap update is now on your screen there, as well as getting updated on the website as well. In our MOV class, still leading the way is Georgia Tech with 48 laps. App State with 24 in second. MIT is still at 3. We haven't seen them back out here since earlier this morning. In our SOV side, still have ETS in the lead with 68 laps. And with that, I believe they have qualified for the American Solar Challenge. That'll become official at the end of the day when they do end-of-day tallies. But that is above the requirement. Team 30 Delft is in second place, 59 laps. They not quite there, but quite close. They should qualify in the next hour for the American Solar Challenge. Washington is behind them with 55, and Inoptis with 54. Both of them probably will also get there in the next hour. Be close, maybe. Berkeley is behind that with 49. Florida Poly with 43. Western Michigan with 35. Stanford with 34. UC Irvine with 32. UT Austin with 16. Utah State with 10. And Texas A&M with 3. Do have one more update from Dynamics, which is that the University of Illinois car number 22 is apparently heading over to begin on the slalom. They finished the figure 8 previously, is my understanding, and getting started on the slalom. I have one correction from our 3 p.m. lap update. You've seen SIUE and Florida both out there. This will get updated on our website shortly, but Florida has completed 5 laps and SIUE is at 10 laps now. I have confirmed that car number 22 from the University of Illinois is now at Dynamics. Depending on how that goes for them, we could see them today, but hopefully at least tomorrow. I'm going to go take a short break now, and we'll be back with commentary a little bit later today, but we will leave the cameras on so you can keep watching the solar cars as they go by. Alright, we are back with our 4 p.m. lap count update. First, I have an update from the Dynamics pad. University of Waterloo, car number 24, has completed Dynamics. They have to head back for one more green sticker, and then I expect we will see them on the track today before the end of the day. So one more team, car 24 Waterloo. Additionally, Virginia Tech is back at it at Dynamics, and so is the University of Illinois. So potentially we will see one of them today as well. In addition, Iowa State is at Dynamics as well. So hopefully those three get through that, and we'll see them later today or tomorrow. And it sounds like we will see the number 24 car from Waterloo on the track today. It is getting sunnier here, although the sun is getting lower in the sky. Cars are still going, so we'll go through our 4 p.m. lap update. As of 4 p.m. in the single occupant class, in first place, leading the pack right now, is currently car number 92 from ETS with 82 laps. Following them is car number 30 from Delft with 73 laps. And then car number 8 in Optus with 67. And Washington has now fallen down to 4th with 65 laps. But all 4 of those teams are now qualified for the American Solar Challenge. In 5th place is Berkeley with 60 laps. Florida Poly behind them with 53. And then Western Michigan and Stanford tied with 41. Behind that is UC Irvine with 36. SIUE with 18. UT Austin with 16. Florida with 14. Utah State with 10. And Texas A&M with 3. In our MOV class, Georgia Tech continues to lead the pack with 58. They are looking like they're on pace to get through with ASC qualification today. App State has 34, and MIT has 3. App State is on pace for a 2-day qualification at this point. Our fastest lap remains 3:31 from ETS. A couple other teams have gotten closer with Delft at 3:51. And in the MOV class, it continues to be App State with a 4-minute, 24-second fast lap. We've got just about almost exactly 2 hours left today. If you missed the start line this morning, our start was briefly delayed due to track safety while they resolved some issues. So instead of starting right on the dot at 10, we started at 10:11 a.m. And so solar cars will remain on the track until 6:11 p.m. Central Time here at the Brainerd International Raceway in Brainerd, Minnesota. Had a few teams leave the track for the day. Most recently, I believe, UT Austin and Florida. As we just saw, App State passing UC Irvine. As you hear the honking there, the honking is a requirement for cars while passing on the track. Solar cars don't have the best visibility, especially rear visibility here. So we require honking to notify the occupant of the solar car being passed. We also require turn signals to help indicate to the other solar cars on the track that you're about to make a maneuver here. So it's not really a head-to-head direct racing. You're not necessarily jockeying for position with anyone. But it's all about efficiency and the most laps over the 24 hours today, tomorrow, and Thursday. one more lap update at 5 p.m. today. And then the final lap update of the day will not be right at 6, as there'll be some reconciliation, penalties, and everything regarding that. And depending on how complicated that gets, it can be a little bit of time to get everything sorted out. So the official results will be published later tonight. That will be published on our website as well as on social media. You can find us at AmericanSolarChallenge.org and on Facebook and Instagram at American Solar Challenge. We are planning to broadcast the next 2 days of FSGP as well. A setup in a different spot for tomorrow, show you a different part of the track, and hopefully we'll get the drone out there as well. If you haven't already subscribed to our YouTube channel, I recommend you do that so you can find these live streams right away. It does help us out to have everyone subscribe. And also, once you subscribe, turn on notifications so you get push notification whenever we go live, so that you can follow the event this year. We also have live streams from the American Solar Challenge, certainly at the start line, finish line, award ceremony, hopefully several places in between as well. Good evening, and welcome to the end of day one of the Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix 2026 here at the Brainerd International Raceway. We are about 15 minutes out from the end of the day. If you missed our start this morning, track safety had the start delayed by 11 minutes, so we will be on the track till 6:11 today, or 18:11 on that official time clock you can see there on the front straight. And that's our gantry up there where we will see the checkered flag wave. We have had one more team cleared for the track this afternoon, which is number 24 Waterloo. Don't think we will see them on the track today, but I think they are getting all ready to get onto the track first thing tomorrow morning. As far as other teams, both Iowa State and Illinois State have been working on dynamics. I hear Illinois State is there right now. Poly Montreal is back at their work area, as is Illinois, after some attempts at dynamics. They have a few things to fix before they get back to that, it seems. Hopefully they'll both be there tomorrow. Also have MIT and Florida both left the track today with some issues with their car they need to repair. We will find out if they're able to get that fixed tonight to get back on the track tomorrow. If you aren't familiar with how the end of day works here at the Formula Sun Grand Prix, it's a little bit complicated. Solar cars do not have to finish by the time the checkered flag flies, but they cannot start a lap after it. Any lap that started before the checkered flag flies will count, as long as it's not more than 20% longer than the previous lap. So if you did a 5-minute lap and then the checkered flag flies on your next lap, you need to complete it in 6 minutes or fewer for it to count. So this is our timing line here, right where you can see the fence line to the far right side is the timing line on the track, and then the same white line to the left side here is the entrance to the pit. Solar cars will leave the track for the evening here and be charging till 8 p.m., at which point the battery will be impounded. And then they will have their battery unimpounded tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. And they will get on the track at 9 a.m. here in Brainerd, Minnesota, so U.S. Central Time. And they'll be on the track from 9 to 5 tomorrow. Evening charging till 8 again. And then back on the track 9 to 5 Thursday for the last day of the Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix 2026. We may get one more lap update here before end of day. But the official results with all the final lap tallies will get posted later this evening after all of the timing sheets have been reconciled. Any sorts of penalties have been implemented. So you'll find those on our social media at American Solar Challenge on Instagram or Facebook, and on our website, americansolarchallenge.org. We do plan to have the day 2 tomorrow live also, as well as day 3 on Thursday. You can find that right here on our YouTube channel, as we see ETS going by SIUE there on the front straight. Saw Stanford heading to the charging area here on the bottom of the screen. Looks like they are going to end their day now. You may see a few teams decide to do that as they start finishing their laps here. They have until 6:11 p.m. and any lap started before then they can finish, as long as it's not significantly longer than the previous lap. That was the number 786 Western Michigan car going into the charging area at the bottom of the screen. So they will end their day here. We are going to get a 6 p.m. lap update. And the number 6 car from the University of California, Berkeley, has also decided to enter the pit and head to evening charging. Should show up on your screen momentarily, but as of 6 p.m., we have 3 teams that have completed laps in the MOV class. Georgia Tech with 77, App State with 55, and MIT with 3. This does mean that Georgia Tech has successfully qualified for the American Solar Challenge. So we will see them on the road starting on Saturday in Minneapolis. In the single occupant class, we have quite a few teams on the track and quite a few qualified for our ASC. Still in first, leading the pack, we have ETS with 112 laps. They've expanded their lead over Delft by 1 lap. Delft is at 102 now. In third, we have Inoptis with 96 laps. In fourth is Washington with 89. We have Berkeley with 78 and Florida Poly with 73. And all of those teams have qualified for the American Solar Challenge, so we should see them on the starting grid on Saturday. Behind that is Stanford with 62, Western Michigan with 53, Irvine with 47, SIUE with 30, UT Austin with 16, Florida with 15, Utah State with 10, and Texas A&M with 3. Our other team cleared for the track is Waterloo. They were cleared for the track just about 10 or 15 minutes ago, so we will not see them till tomorrow. But hopefully they are ready to go on the starting line tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So the white flag is going to flag here. It's going to fly until indicating 5 minutes until the end of the race day. Teams can still start laps as long as they finish either before the checkered flag at 6:11 p.m.
The white flag has been flown in day one of
or they can
FSCP
finish after the checkered flag as long as the lap is not more than 20% slower than the previous lap. Here we have Georgia Tech heading into the evening charging. I do not question here. Well, first we have SIUE also coming into evening charging. I do not have the answer for how many drivers have qualified. I have seen a lot of teams doing their driver swaps right on the 50-mile marks, so I would assume most of these teams have at least 3 drivers qualified, if not all 4. Looks like App State's going to go for another lap, as will Washington. But the driver qualification is something that will be tallied at the end of day as they reconcile all the timing sheets. One more lap for Inoptis as well. Looks like UC Irvine is going to go for one more lap as well. There goes Delft for one more lap as well. We are 1.5 minutes from the checkered flag. And there goes ETS for one more lap, just with 30 seconds till the checkered flag. Just going to squeeze in one more lap. Try to extend their lead a little bit further, or at least maintain it with some good end of day planning here of their lap times. Oh, and Anoptis is going to get one more in too. And there's 5 seconds now till the checkered flag. And the checkered flag has flown. So no more laps can start. Anyone who just started a lap can finish the lap as long as they are within 20% of their previous lap time. And here comes App State and Washington. They will head into the charging area this evening. As you can see from the checkered flag, it's still quite windy out here today. Florida Poly is coming in as well. And Delft, car number 30. The sky is much clearer now than it was earlier today, so should be good evening charging period. We will have plenty of pictures for you from evening charging on our Instagram and our Facebook pages, so be sure to check those out at American Solar Challenge. And we're still waiting for a few more teams to get off the track. And here comes ETS off the track for the end of day one here at the Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix 2026. They will head to evening charging for the next 2 hours, as will Anoptis behind them, car number 8. We guess that our last team on the track will be UC Irvine. They were also the first team on the track this morning in pole position. They have been one of the slower teams on the track for the last hour or so. slowed down as got to the end of the day here. And so they have a bit longer to complete this last lap.
They're turning the radios in and the race control up here, so. Okay, sounds good.
We are just waiting on a couple more teams to get off the track here, I believe. Possibly just one team. Alright, it looks like here comes our last team off the track. Number 95, UC Irvine. And with that, we have completed the first day of the Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix 2026. And the track is cold. Solar cars will be charging this evening here at the Brainerd International Raceway in our charging area. Solar charging until 8 p.m., from now till 8 p.m. Tomorrow morning they will be in another morning charging period from 7 to 9 a.m. and the track will go hot at 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. We will bring you that live once again here on our YouTube channel. And the same on Thursday. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to our channel, and you can, once you do that, you can turn on notifications to get notified when the live stream starts. We will be, as I've said, live streaming through FSGP as well as during ASC. And look out for the final day one lap counts later tonight on our website and our social media pages at American Solar Challenge on Instagram and Facebook. Thank you all for joining us today. I've been Jonathan Mullen on the American Solar Challenge and Formula Sun Grand Prix staff. We will be back tomorrow from Brainerd, Minnesota. Good night.